All right, let's figure this shit out. So, what stage are we at? First of all, does it even run? Let's find that out. It might do. Certainly got enough warnings. Does seem to run. What state were we in? Okay, so we're not actually echoing the chat anymore. We're trying to write a message to store. So let's find that out. You can already hear the fan spinning up, so that's not an amazing sign. I think with all the Tokyo tasks we're using, we're somewhere around yeah. Oh, well, it's a bit pointless to stop the task, but yeah, we should be somewhere around 10% CPU for that that little program, which is not great. So let's see what we can do. So in store mod, we were, that's right. So yeah, so we were writing, we were calling store message, which in turn inserts the message, but we're trying to find or create user first. Then find or create user does select ID as user ID from users, where service ID equals 1, streaming service equals 2, and we're just hard coding Twitch. And then chatter user ID as string. Yeah. So we're creating new users basically. Fetch optional pull. Oh, wait. If we get one, we return the user, and if we don't get one, we create a user. And create user is just insert into users, chatter username, chatter user login, chatter user ID. Okay, so stop hard coding this, you dumbass. Yeah, fair enough too. So ideally, we'd probably do this beforehand. So if we've got a chat channel message, we're going to need to do the find or create user first, surely. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of chaining, passing of the Postgres pull. We'll leave it this way for now, just passing the pull and the event along the chain, and see if we can figure out a better way later. I might end up embedding this into a struct and just have the user, have it check for the user first on create or something. Okay. So it's complaining about this because we're not using message. All right, sure. Because really what we're doing here is storing it so that the other side of the program or the other task can react to it later. So we'll stop doing that. I don't think there's any particular need to return the message. So we'll just go I don't think we need to return the ID. Now, do we need fetch one, or can we use something else that, like, we don't need a response? Is fetch one correct? Returning the first row or error row not found. Otherwise, you might want to add limit 1 to your query. I mean, there must be an equivalent that just executes it without fetching, right? Let's have a quick look here. SQLX. Oh no, sorry, we want docs rs SQLX. Yeah. So if we look for find one, should see if there's a dark mode for docs rs actually. That'd be pretty handy. Oh yeah, there we go. Hey, what's AU? Oh, that's cool. I like that. All right. Been trying to make most of my screens a bit darker so I don't flashbang people. Okay, so find one. No? No find one? Oh, hang on. Fetch one. That's what the problem is. And the dogs go off. So query fetch one. Fetch all, fetch, execute. That's probably what we need. Deprecated. Oh, that's execute many. Execute the query and return the total number of rows affected, which we don't care about. All right, so let's just go execute. Okay. Cool. So now we need to know, we need to actually trigger this process. And that, I think, is going to be just the channel, right? So we've got a receiver for an event, and I think in event sub, which is now called incoming, we have a transmitter or a sender. Yeah, MPC on line 29, MPSC event. So I need to use that once I've received a message.
You might want to...
Oi, cut it out. Cut it out.
This is the bit, if you have puppy cam, it would make more sense.
It would make more sense if you could see the dogs destroying things behind me. But never mind. Okay. So notification, print dumping to store. Oh, we are doing this. Self-send, send payload await. Okay, so did anything actually get stored out of curiosity? Wonder if this has got a dark mode. Oh, yep. Nice. All right. So messages, yeah, one row. Why can't I browse to that? It's a good question. First of all, we need to turn on, oh yeah, view table. Interesting. So that's the badges. Channel points, custom reward ID, null. Cheer, null. Color. The text, which has also got fragments in it. And message ID, message type. And the user ID, which is 1 because I already exist in that table. Okay, so oh hey, and then a what would have been an emoji. And then in the fragments, we've got emote ID, format, static, animated, owner ID, emote set ID. Perfect. So in theory, we can reassemble those emojis in another format, probably in either Bevy or in the terminal. Nice. All right. That's really cool. I'm surprised that worked. Okay, so is React real time is turned off for messages, so let's turn that on. And subscriptions is turned off, so we'll turn it on. And follows we'll turn on. Nice. Okay. So now we're storing messages. So if I add another message, I should see. Oh, I would actually have to be running though. So do that again. And if we send another message, we see it show up there. Perfect. Nice. Well, that's pretty successful. So we've got incoming data in a way that makes sense. See if we can get some outgoing data, outgoing. So we're doing that in outgoing. We've got a chat sender. And somewhere we've got a listener using the real-time thing. Real-time. Not if you spell it wrong. Yeah, it's in store. Okay. So we've got a listener and real-time channel build a new topic on Postgres change. Postgres change event all. Postgres change filter table. How many of these filters am I allowed? Because at the moment it's just using the users table, which I'm not really changing right now. Although it'll be interesting to see as people start to filter in how it changes. Okay, so on Postgres change, how can we pass more than one filter? Or do we have to do it separate calls each time? Adds a Postgres changes callback to this channel. Okay. So, how do we add more than one? Takes an event and a single filter. So I guess it's probably better that we filter on them separately, in which case, how... Do we just have separate calls on Postgres change? Okay. I'm guessing so. Hang on, let's just find this out. So this is real-time RS, right? Docs RS real-time RS. Yeah. On Postgres change. Adds a callback. So I'm guessing that's all they do, right? Just add multiple. It doesn't even look like it has examples yet, but let's check. Real-time RS. Examples. Oh, yeah. No. None of that. Real-time RS. There we go. Broadcast sync, chat room, Postgres change, that was the one. So, I guess we'll just do it repeatedly. So on Postgres change, Postgres changes event, all for now. Postgres change filter, schema, public. Table, messages. Yeah. And then message. Println. Message. Oh, hang on. So, wait, what do you get back? Because I need the message itself back. Do I not? I feel like I do. I forget what comes in message data. Postgres change data. Postgres changes payload. So, because I don't really want to have to do another query. So let's go with, well, we'll start with this. New message. Message data table. And then maybe just try and output messages as well. The message as well. Actually, let's just output the message. Why beat around the bush, non-book. Yeah, something like that. So what's this issue all about? What is this issue about? What is going on with Rust Analyzer? Why are you not showing me what I need? Weird. Let's try reloading that. Oh, are we frozen? Possibly. That's weird. Let's kill that. Can't quit out any of them. That's unusual. Rust Analyzer just completely biting the bullet. Real time. Okay. Yeah, sure. So that's supposed to be default. Oh. Like. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see what happens there. Okay, so I've got incoming message, dumping to store, nothing whatsoever happening. Okay, good to know. Did it go to store? Looks like it. Incoming message. And we did not get a notification about it. Interesting. So I wonder if I remove the first one, if I do get a notification about it. So there might be a way that you have to combine these filters in some way. Or use different channels. Not even sure. Okay. Try that again. It's possible that the outgoing token might need to be renewed. But let's just try one more message. Hey, there we go. That's much more realistic. So what do we got going on here? Let's see. Okay, so we've got a list of columns. And a record. Okay, great. So we got a color and a message. Message ID, channel points, custom reward ID. Right, so message text and then message fragments. And if I send, for example, nothing but emojis, then I get, yeah, all kinds of emotes. One for your heart, one for Beak's heart, BWM heart, 8-bit heart, and Mordecai heart. All right. And then I get the text with them all. Okay. So we need to learn how to do that. But we also need to figure out what the deal is with on Postgres change callback. So do I have to use a different channel for each? Do I have to use a different channel for each thing that I would want to listen to? Does kind of seem that way, right? It's kind of a pain in the ass, but we can deal. We can deal. Channel subscribe blocking await. Is there any way to change this filter? Let's look at real-time channel builder. I wonder. Seems kind of weird that you would need a separate channel just for each different table that you wanted to listen to. Wonder if there are any issues. Nope. This is all pretty recent. On broadcast text event, blah, blah. Is it possible that, I'm just wondering if it's possible to like have one channel that sends a bunch of different callback that has a bunch of different callbacks attached to it. On broadcast test event, build broadcast payload, blah blah. Don't know. All right. Bite munch. So, I mean, we can continue from this point. It would just be useful to know how to subscribe to more than one. I assume that if I create a new channel here, set presence config, build, oh wait. Can you subscribe without blocking? Send a join message for the channel and wait until the server has responded. Oh, I suppose that's okay. I don't really see what the problem would be. But yeah, it's clunky to have one channel for every table. I mean, you would think that you could just have separate, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Like, I presume if I take this and Yeah, so if I take this and remove this one, and then do the same like there, and then restart. The robot's back. Okay, good to know. So who can I use that's not in the users table yet? Probably this account. Okay, so here we've got a message from the messages table. But not one from the users table. Have I turned off real time on the users table? Maybe that was the problem. Yeah, real time's off. It must happen when you rebuild. Okay, in that case, we do have that user in the table now, but maybe we'll delete it. Oh yeah, fair enough. Foreign key. Understandable. What's going on there? That, I think, is the robot chat. But that's kind of interesting. Let's get rid of this. And then try again. I wonder if I'd need to resubscribe because I've changed the status of the table. So let's just rerun the whole thing. Yep, there he is again. And if we add another message from this account, we get, oh yeah, same deal. So when we're creating a user, something is going wrong. And yet we're getting the correct real-time data back, which is just bizarre. How can we be getting that back and yet the record isn't present? That's so weird. Oh, I see, because that part of it is working. All right. So what's not working? We've got user ID 3, that's correct. We're apparently not adding color, cheer, Oh, and badges is empty. Interesting. Oh, of course, because there's no badges. Makes total sense. All right, sweet. So that works. Good. Now, let me see. Yeah, I think we're there. So it's adding users correctly, but what we're not seeing is real-time notification of the user. Why not? I'm subscribing. I guess maybe it's just going to wait on that channel forever. Surely not. There must be another way to listen for changes. I mean, to more than one table, surely. Maybe this subscribe blocking is no. Maybe we should try another table just in case there's something going on with users that I don't understand. Maybe we should make sure that the user's notification was working at all by, hey, Fern of Sigma, how you doing? We're analyzing your every message. I hope you don't mind. I'm currently trying to figure out why. Yep. Ooh. I'm currently trying to figure out why I can listen to messages but not users, or users but not messages, which is quite strange. So, I think I'm going to deny that particular one via auto mod. Not that I'm especially offended, but I get it. Yes, there are definitely filtration challenges ahead. So yeah, maybe I'll just try making this one active again, removing this one. And just seeing what the deal is, because this is quite strange. I don't see any reason why you can't subscribe to more than one table. Yeah, so we'll give that a crack. So at the moment, we're listening to changes in Supabase tables that are being written by one side of my robot listener thingy, and trying to react to them as they're notified from Supabase. The only trouble is we're not seeing updates for more than one table at a time, and I want to make sure I'm not just misunderstanding the problem entirely. So I will remove, wrong window. I will remove this person and their messages. Actually, I'll just dump a bunch of them. And remove that user. And then send a message from that user. Why am I logging them? They're like very short-term log. Oh, there we go. We got a user change delete. So that works. Interesting. But I'm just firing them out to all of the things that are going to be listening to events on the channel, including the robot itself that's sitting in chat, and probably the overlay once I get it built. And then just expiring them after like a really short time, just so that more than one thing can react to them at once. So yeah, so I've got, so it does listen, and yet if I try and do something that seems basic, like add a second handler or a second callback, yeah, basically. I mean, I'm sure Streamlabs would do this much better than I can, but then I wouldn't learn anything, so. Okay, so if we put 2 on Postgres changes, I don't think the first one works, but I'll check. So now if I, oh, all your homies hate Streamlabs. Fair enough. What do they use? Streamerbot. Okay, so that's definitely working. But now what happens if I make a table change? So we'll put what's his face back into the table. Oh, elements. Okay. So they're now in the table. Remove their message. And the user. Oh yeah, it's listening to both. So why wasn't it working before? What the hell? Oh, I don't know, man. That was weird. Never mind, it's working now. So call this something more meaningful, like I guess table changes, or maybe yeah, I don't know what to call that. Yeah, table changes, I guess. Since we can listen to other things, it's not ideal, but what the hell? That means we don't need this anymore. Sweet. Okay. Better. Now, the other thing we can listen for is follows. So on Postgres change event, schema public, table sum follows into default. Message. And then we'll go where is that going to come through? We might just print it. New follow. All of these are going to get really spammy for a little while. But that's okay. We're figuring it out. What did I miss? Probably function close. Yep, that's because I didn't filter it. I see. Postgres changes event all. In actual fact, I probably don't need that. I could say insert, for example, but I might also pick up the unfollow, which would be interesting. And that one is a filter. It's better. All right, and we may as well do subscriptions while we're there. By the way, if my mic is weird, let me know. I've just got a new one and I'm still getting used to it. So. Right. Now, that means we need to write them. So we go back to store and match the event. Channel, follow, v2. Payload, message, message, notification, message payload. Store, follow. Actually, we might just call that follow payload just to avoid confusion. Pull, follow payload. Oh, wait. Yeah, so store message is going to be pretty similar. Wow. My typing, what's going on? Here we go. And the event is going to be a channel follow v2 payload. User ID is find or create user. Now, that could be a problem because I'm pretty sure we created that with chat channel message. Yeah, we did. Damn it. So we need to make this generic, I guess. What's the definition here? Non-exhaustive, pubstruct. Yeah, I might need to figure this out a little bit. I mean, it's definitely going to have chatter user ID or user ID of some sort. What about the follow? Let's see if we can find our definition here. Yeah, so we get a user ID, but it's not called chatter user ID. It's almost like we need a generic user ID extractor or user details extractor. Because there can't be that many, too many different. We know it's always going to be a user ID. I wonder if you can extract a struct field by its type. Maybe using reflect. Let's find that out. Get struct field by type. Huh. The current main method of metaprogramming in Rust is via macros. You can capture all the field names and then add a method that returns string forms of them. Access the type of a struct member. The types of all values must be known at compile time, blah blah. Yeah, that's a different question. Well, we aren't necessarily doing anything with macros. I was curious as to, because I've got a bunch of different notification payloads coming through that will have user IDs in them, but they'll be called different things. Like sometimes they're called user ID, sometimes they're called chatter user ID. So I think I might need to specify the user ID separately based on the type, since I already know it at this point here. I know how to get the user ID. So I think it'd probably be better if I just did it there. Or maybe like a sort of a user details block. Yeah, I think it would have to be a trait. Because to create a user record, I'm going to need, I think it's user login name, user name, and user ID. And pretty much all of the notifications come with those already attached. So it seems to me that I just need a nice, neat way to package that information. I don't have, I'm using someone else's types, but I don't suppose there's any reason I couldn't add a trait, a user info trait, unless there already is one and I'm missing it. Like on message v1 payload. Event subscription. Payload. Message type. Badge. I mean, they have already got user ID, but you just need to know which field it's in. So can I implement a trait for a struct that that is part of a library? I didn't even know that. Apparently not. Yeah. Leverage the Rust new type idiom. Wrap an external struct in a new type, you're able to implement any external trait. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think so. Um, I'm not sure if you're in ads or not.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, you use blockers. Sorry, I was just saying bye to my partner. Um, yeah, so essentially we've got, let's go to main. We've got a whole bunch of Tokyo tasks, mainly because I wanted to learn about Tokyo tasks. But we've got two OIDC clients, one that gets a token for my account and one that gets a token for the robot account, which is much more limited in scope. The one listing on my account uses a WebSocket to grab all the sub events coming through and selectively put some of them into Postgres. And then there's a Supabase real-time listener, which is listening for events on tables. And that can choose to send events over a channel to a Helix client, which talks back to Twitch via the robot account. But it could also, in theory, do a whole bunch of other things like notify do things with OBS or notify my overlay or all sorts of other things. So yeah, we've got kind of incoming flow and outgoing flow. But in order to accurately store the user, we need to be able to translate between these different types of events. Where's the event handling? You mean the incoming events? Because there's a bunch of event handling. But yes, the incoming stuff is here. So for example, yeah, so we do a little bit of welcome message passing, and then we start subscribing to things. Where is the bit where I'm firing it off to store? There. So on notification, we basically just send everything to the store writer. I don't really need that anymore. Yeah, so it's just a question of getting the user type. The payload is just event, and then in store, event is destructured into the various types. So for example, we ought to have a event channel subscribe. And not very readable. I'm quite certain it's not. It's all been thrown together kind of haphazardly, but it'll get there. It's early days. So we don't need that yet, though. But we do need to be able to identify users. So either we wrap it in a type or just teach this code to do it. I don't know if I really care which. I suppose rather than throw the entire payload to the user, we just to the user creation code, we could just pass the user bits. So, what's happening right here? We're writing to the database, but we need a user first, so a user ID. So there's a find or create essentially, not an upsert, but a find or create. Yeah. So instead of sending the entire payload, I'm doing multiple deconstructions and constructions. That is a possibility. Yes. So one option would be to just, can I not delay handling it until I have to? Potentially, but we need to get at the event payload rather than just the notification. So we need to destructure at least to that far. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. So in theory, what do we actually need to create a user? We need username, user login, user ID, and that, the service. So if we were to say obstruct user details, for want of a better name, trait payload with some pub function process payload. Yeah, maybe. And containing their type. So it's definitely a possibility as a refactor. So for example, user ID. That's going to be a string rather than their user ID type. Oh, no, it isn't. We can just pass it this way. Twitch types, yeah. Then all of your structs implement that, so you don't have the match monster everywhere. You have to unwrap the data. Yeah, absolutely. Username, which is just, oh, what's their type? Oh, they do have a type for it. But it's both username. Okay, fair enough. Pub user login. And streaming service. Yeah, and then if we have that accept that here, use pub create even if only pub does what you want. Say more about that. So user details. It's a thing I've seen big crates complain about with code. And then, yeah, we ought to be able to extract that stuff quickly. Basically, say you're creating a CLI and you don't expose anything to outside libwise. Right, so you're saying you should expose it further than you have to? That sounds kind of counterintuitive. Even then, it's better to use pub create rather than pub. Doesn't that unnecessarily pollute the namespace, though? I mean, if you don't need to expose it further, why would you? Still follow, right, so this becomes, oh yeah, that's still follow payload. What did I change? Did I change the wrong one? What? I think Rust Analyzer has gotten thoroughly confused. Right, so this now needs to become user details. Oh, I see what you're saying. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that working, except that this isn't all one crate, so... Oh no, it's all one crate. The different modules. I don't know. I have to think about it. Equals user details. Separating things into multiple crates is a really bad idea. Rust monorepos with multiple crates sound great. Why so? So in channel follow, that will be user ID. Just the working experience as you scale up. And user login. On config side, you can't even specify compiler options for your binary. Oh, okay. So pull and user details. In fact, probably borrowed, right? Right, I'm in the wrong function still, so that needs to become user details. It's more of a cargo thing, yeah. Still many things about cargo I need to learn. Okay, so that needs to be similar to this. Except it's going to be, for now, shame they had to name these all so explicitly. And that goes there. Okay. What? Rust Analyzer, catch up. No. Okay. That's different. Let's have a look at that type again. Oh yeah, display name. Is username is display name, user login is username. That's not confusing at all. Expected display name, found nickname. Oh, great. Don't tell me the chat message uses a different one again. Chatter user name, chatter user login are both username. Where is nickname being used? Oh, great. So username is different in chat messages than it is in follow messages. That's fantastic. So what's the difference between display name and username in that case? That's the question. Display name ref. Great. Okay. So I wonder if a username, username equals nickname. Oh boy. Also specified as login should not be capitalized, but the display name often is capitalized. Okay. So a username is a nickname under the hood, and a display name is not a nickname. That's fantastic. That requires a sip of tea. I wonder if there's conversion between the types. That would be helpful, but I don't hold out much hope. Might be a case of using one and then the other, or just referring to them as strings. I think that's probably going to be the easiest. Why don't we try that? So that means changing our type. User ID probably going to be the same throughout, I hope. Login's probably always going to be a username, I hope. But we'll change this to a string. And then this becomes toString. And hey, Fanny Slam, thanks for the work. Appreciate it. User ID, yep, and then user login. Right, so username, that needs to become toString. Hopefully. Why do you need expected nickname found display name? Oh, no, it's definitely username. But why does it matter if we're just converting it to a string? Is this not rebuilt or something? Username, string. You know what? I think Rust Analyzer is getting confused. Not to mention, Rust Analyzer is not the only one. Considering I live in a state of confusion. Okay. Right, we certainly don't need most of these things, considering we're going for insert into follows. And what's our structure in follows? Just an ID, a user ID, and a followed at. That should be pretty easy. So followed at values 1, 2, magical, and then we've got user ID and what's our other thing? Followed at. So where does that come from in the payload? Followed at. Easy. So EV followed at not sure what it's going to expect it to be for timestamps. Maybe string? Clone. As string, maybe? Syntax error, yeah, totally reasonable. And that would be because no comma. Oh, optional feature time required. We can certainly arrange that. SQL X. There we go. Okay. Optional feature time added. Types. Wanted offset date time. Okay. Just out of curiosity, what type do we have now? Timestamp. Any chance we can get an into here? Just for the easy option. Yeah, no. So SQL X types, time, offset date time. So I guess we're going to want to look in more detail at the timestamp type. What exactly do they use for a timestamp? To owned into boxed ref from timestamp ref for timestamp as ref. very straight implementations, deref, debug, display, serialize. I think I might need to look up some SQLX documentation here. It seems to me. Few ads creeping through. Take the opportunity to mute and take a mouthful of food. Now then, delicious food. So we want timestamp. I wonder if offset datetime is the type it was wanting, right? I do believe. Yeah, it wants offset date time. Is there such a thing as an offset date time from timestamp? From Unix timestamp? Nanos, I think, because I seem to remember reading in the Twitch docs that they use nanoseconds. Let's try that. Clone. Actually, it's going to be offset date time from Unix timestamp nano. Possibly with a 2-string thrown in there for good measure. And let's find that type. That's the one. Can't imagine that'll be correct. What did I call it? From Unix timestamp nanos, plural. Fair enough. Not a problem. That's going to be a result. Fair enough. It needs an I128 and it got a timestamp. What? Why am I passing an I128? I assume it doesn't have a 2int. I mean, sure, we can try. I don't suppose I can do it from a string. Okay, so we need to go back to the type because I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, so timestamp Oh, it looks like my shopping's being delivered. That's good to know. Few groceries arriving. Let's see here. I don't suppose there's an I-128 anyway. No. So I guess we'd have to go from a string to a timestamp, like a raw value. Yeah, I don't completely know how to... We got from string. We got to string. I don't suppose that offset datetime implements a from string, because that would be super convenient. It's got from bool. It's got from every number, and it's got from range. So I need to convert it to a number, essentially. And I can't remember how to do that, so I need to find out. Rust string to well, we'll go I-128, but strip pass T returns the results. All right. So let's go pass. We're getting a bit ridiculous here. I-128. Actually, that's a double colon, right? Yeah. Wait, what? Take me back to my error. I don't care about your errors. Where did you go? Oh, there. Oh, there apparently isn't an error anymore. That's why. All right, so in theory, that could work. It looks really ugly, and I feel like I might need to implement some sort of trait to strip these weird timestamp types into more normal timestamp types. But for now, it might just do the trick. By the way, if my audio sucks, can someone let me know, because I've just got a new mic and I'm still really getting used to it. So please feel free to complain. Okay. So now we need to go through all of the other errors. So it's good. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. It's a step up from the headset microphone, but I'm still learning how to use it. So this is now UD and that. Sure. Do we even need the astra in this case? Yeah. Okay. And next problem. This is UD. Oh, actually reference to UD. Which might create some borrow problems, but we'll have a look. Okay. User ID. Get rid of those Lua things, those virtual text things, because they're driving me nuts. What else have we got going on here? Don't use display name anymore. And immediate dereference. Yes, you're right about that. That seems to be it. All right, sweet. So in theory, we can now pass two different types with our clunky user detail struct, which we can later translate or refactor into some kind of trait. But that's okay. All right, so we can store a follow. So now I need to make sure that that actually registers. So I can react to it later. So that means having, I think we already did the code for reacting to it. Yeah, a new follow, or at least a change to the follows. All right, cool. So let's see if it breaks. Really should get the thumbprint happening. It's the downsides of using a desktop. Oh yeah, we changed the features. Full rebuild. Okay. So now if I defollow with this one, we should get at least get an event. Unfollow Basey, yes. And we don't, it looks like. Or at least it's not registering. So if I refollow, oh yeah. Oh, no, crash. All right, so now we know that that string does not just have numbers in it. All right, well, that's good. It was pretty blunt attempt. It also means that unfollows don't register on that notification, which is interesting. Cool. So yeah, we need to take our clumsy attempt to turn that into a timestamp and look at what it actually contains. Which was in store, I want to say. Have a look for pass. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so first of all, we should find out what's actually in it. Because it might be trying to dump. I don't know what it'd be trying to dump. Let's find out. So we probably won't execute that function again, but instead we'll go oh wait, oh yeah, no, it was in the event. So store follow, yeah, we might just not do that, but instead print we would have stored so we're looking at user ID and EV followed at. Yeah, something like that. All right, so unfollow and follow again. Oh yeah, that's definitely not an integer. Okay. All right, so it's not an ordinary timestamp. Oh, not a Unix timestamp anyway. So RFC whatever it is, 1339 or I forget. Cool. So let's look at our Twitch responses. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We just need to get a Unix timestamp out of it. And I'm going to take the shortcut. And ask the Oracle to do it for me. 'Cause lazy. Help me study vocabulary for a college entrance exam. Yep. Yep is my default for everything. Use Rust to yield a Unix timestamp from the following format. Oh, really? I have to import Chrono for it? I did not think that was true. That kind of sucks. I've certainly used it before, but I thought there was something standard libbed for doing this kind of thing. All right. Rich is me. I am rich. Basically is an old nickname. So I am not difficult to find on the internet, so I decided not to try to hide it. I really have church in my name. I know, crazy, right? I mean, we think it's probably from the old, the sort of English habit of naming things after the people after their job, you know, miller, baker, butcher, and so on. Somewhere in my ancestry, there was probably someone whose job it was to look after a churchyard. There's actually quite a few of them floating around. Churches. Not that, don't know many of them, but they all have the name. Okay, so date time passed from RFC 3339 is what it is. With time zone UTC. See, that's the thing. I think Twitch exports in UTC. I'm pretty sure it does. Gardner is definitely a thing. Yep, absolutely. There's a whole bunch of them. Milner. Okay. All right. I'm happy to add Chrono if that's what it takes. And yeah, Miller and Milner. They're all over the place. There's also quite a few people named Sargent. I don't know if that means if that's part of their history or not. Okay, so our conversion is going to be creating date time pass from RFC 3339. So let followed at equals date time from chrono pass from RFC 33939 and then EV followed at, I assume I still need clone. Oh, okay, so I can just use as string, fair enough. Cool. And then this can come back. And I wonder if there's any kind of conversion to offset date time, because that would be convenient. Or I can just use it from from Unix timestamp nanos thing. But let's just check how much it complains if I do this. Quite a lot, as it happens. Yeah, okay, so let's do this, and then this. And I imagine there's a method for timestamp nanos somewhere. Let's ask the Oracle again, since it happens to be here. Is there an output datetime timestamp version for nanoseconds? Timestamp nanos, fair enough. Really? Subsec nanos. Number of nanoseconds since the last second boundary. Cool. Why is that deprecated? Oh, panics. Why has that got a line through it? It returns an I-64 for one thing. But I can probably put an into on that. Just confirm that that's going to be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, it's tidier. So I guess that's good. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's see if that gets us any closer. So you got to use Chrono for date processing, huh? It's interesting the choices that different languages make and what to keep in standard and what to keep out. There's no need to separate those. All right. All right, I think we're good for another try. Yep. Unfollow. Yes, I really mean it. And follow. Ah, now we're talking. Okay. So correct on the columns. User ID number 7. Follow that. Magical. Okay. Well, that's good. Is the time UTC? 06:05. And it's currently, yep, 6:06 in the evening, New Zealand. And I'm pretty sure we're still at GMT plus 12, UTC plus 12. So that sounds right to me. Cool. Those are not unwraps anymore, so that comment makes no sense. And yeah, cool. All right, so we can detect follows. Why don't we use that as an opportunity to notify our robot that a follow has occurred? So channel follow, store follow. And then, all right, so we need to actually be in the real-time part of our stuff. Hey, Flavius Kid, how you doing? I'm all right. I'm messing around with Supabase notifications, getting into the weeds as usual, but that's okay. You just woke up. Nice. Or not nice, I don't know. Right, so on Postgres change, So instead of follow, where are we? Yeah, instead of printing this out, we want to forward a message to our robot side of the equation. So that means, do we have a TX for that? Doesn't look like we do yet. So let's look at our main to see where we are using that. Where is our real time? There. Okay, so we pass it a to do fix the shit. Yeah, hell yeah. That's ugly as shit. All right. Yeah, we need to fix that. Store real-time listener, and we pass it at config. Where is the outgoing stuff? Outgoing traffic. All right. Out notify, out state. And I guess then we're also going to need a sender, I mean a receiver, to accept traffic from the database. So out server TX, that's just for the OIDC server, which we'll be able to do away with when we refactor, hopefully. So in spawn OIDC client, no, we don't need that. Spawn sender. I think it's going to look something like out sender TX. And then let out, no, just let TX RX equals S MS. I've totally forgotten the acronym. Oh, where is it? It's in OIDC client. Something like spawn client. Yeah, there we go. MPSC is what I'm trying to say. Wow, that was bad. All right. MPSC channel. Say 32. I still need to decide whether I really need to provide 32 for these or not. It's not like the traffic is going to be that high across them, but you never know. And then we're going to pass the receiver here. And that's going to be a MPSC receiver. And what kind of object are we going to be sending here? Needs to be something reasonably flexible. Potentially it could, it'll probably end up forming its own messages. So I don't want to send it like a fully formed message traffic. I want to send it maybe even just something as simple as an event type and like an event type enum, which we can expand, and a username to respond to. And we can expand on that as we go. Like we might need to add all sorts of things for number of bits cheered and all that kind of stuff. Assuming anyone ever cheers. No, I kid. All right, so it's going to be something like pub enum Well, actually, pubstruct. What do I mean? Oh yes, you absolutely you cheered bits the other day. That's very true. You were very helpful testing the bits. um, okay, so pubstruct. What are we calling this? Outgoing. Every time you say something, it's like this massive spam down the side channel. Outgoing. It's like text string lol 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 lol. It's pretty bad. This is super basic chat channel 101 with Basie for noobs. Okay, outgoing traffic. Yeah, we'll call it that for want of a better name for now. It's a pretty bad name actually, but it'll do. And then username. This is probably pretty inflexible, but let's just roll with it for now. So you get some things going. Pub username is going to be, actually I think, yeah, maybe display name. Or even just string. We are reasonably type agnostic. And then pub event type. Which is going to be, I think I already have an event type. No? Of some sort. No, maybe not. No. Okay. Let's just prototype one. Outgoing event type. And let's say well, initially follow, subscribe. Actually, we could equally use subscription. And something like first message. Yeah, something like that. So this is an outgoing event type. And then this can take outgoing traffic. And what exactly is your problem? Oh, right. You know what? Let's just do this. Use the Tokyo one, that one. Oh, sure. Okay, so now that we've done that, we need to return it from spawn sender. That is not the definition of spawn sender. There we go. So we're pushing Rx to there, and we're returning TX and Tokyo spawn, the result of Tokyo spawn. Which is not what it was hoping for, apparently. Yes, that is correct. Because we Need to change the return type. Clonk. How the hell are you? Nice to see you, man. How you doing? We're in the weeds, but they're good weeds. I mean, they're nice weeds with pretty flowers. If you're not already watching the estimable L:Q, you really ought to be. They do very amazing things. Okay, so yes, wrong return type. Very bad return type. Terrible return type. Now I do this elsewhere. Where do I do this? Spawn client, right? And that is not a thing, apparently. There it is, spawn OIDC client. And my return type is one of those. Right. So essentially that is what we're looking for. Not that. Not that. Not that. Too many windows open. Too many buffers. Too many things. It's going to be that, but it's not going to be that. Because we're, yeah. It's more like things we have already figured out and should remember how to do, but which we don't. Okay, so you just return the entire tuple, essentially. That's weird. But okay, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yeah, that's because it's not one of those. Instead, it's one of outgoing traffic. It's one of those. All right, now what's the problem? Because I've got it in the wrong order. That's what's the problem. Okay, the red arrows went away. Anxiety goes down ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. So now we go back to main. And we say, well, do I pass all of the things to the correct things? Jury's still out. Outsender TX. Those are bad names. Those are bad names. But where do we use them? Store writer, store listener, outsender. Right, so the store writer is the one that needs, no, the real time bit. Oh, there's so many confusing parts. That bit, that's the one that needs the TX. Out sender TX. And it's complaining because I haven't redefined the function. So this needs to be a TX, which is a sender. Where are my suggestions for type? Where are my type suggestions? There aren't any. Okay. Rust Analyzer has apparently not caught up. No matching language servers. Nice one, Rust Analyzer. Okay. Let's restart that. Yeah. Consider choosing a more descriptive name. Damn straight. Sender. Thank you. Okay, we want Tokyo. Sync MPSC. And the type is outgoing traffic. Consider choosing a more descriptive name. Yeah. Rust Analyzer giving me shit about my naming since 2024. Right. Okay, so here we're using follows and we go LSP restart. I know I should really be doing that rather than starting the whole editor, right? That's dreadful. Terrible habit. Help topics. LSP, wait, what? LSP restart. Maybe not. DAP restart. Interesting. Let's see what we've got available on Rust LSP. Rust Analyzer. Hey, so why isn't there a help topic for it? Despicable. Why do I have to bring up a fancy fuzzy finder? Because I wanted to read the help on it. But apparently there wasn't one. Leave my fancy fuzzy finder alone. Okay, so we want to get rid of those again, which I really need to bind a key for because it's getting annoying, and or just rip them out of the config. Okay. So we want TX send outgoing traffic. And I think we had like username, right? As a very basic concept. And we're going to need to fill that out of the data that we get from the message, which is going to be, oh, it uses a user ID. That sucks. So I'm going to have to do a lookup. That really doesn't sound like a great idea. Do we get the associated record? Because that would be even cooler. Because screw you, it's Rust Analyzer. Yes, this is true. So yeah, the only thing we get is the message and the type and the user ID because that's the way I set it up. But if I was being a real NoSQL-y person, I would have put a username in the record so that I didn't have to look it up. I wonder if there's such a thing as a real-time notification that does the join for you, because that would be cool. It's like an on Postgres change with context. Don't imagine that's a thing. But just for proof of concept, let's just use the user ID as the thing. So this is going to be message. What do we got going on here? Message data record unwrap, which is an option hash map string value random state. Unwrap user ID essentially. Maybe. Possibly. And the other thing will be a outgoing event type. Ooh, it doesn't like that. Because it's the name of the field, which is event type, outgoing event type, follow. Many things it hates. Let's start with that. Await, I do believe. Yeah. So not a thing. Oh yeah, we're not in an async block. Duh. Interesting. So can you make this an async callback? Is one potentially interesting question. But in the meantime, what's its problem with this? Oh, right, it's a hash map. Duh. So the record, we're unwrapping the record, and then we need like entry or get, right? So get is probably the simplest. And we know that it's user ID. And what does get return in a standard hash map again? Option NV. Sure. I know it's there, for now at least. Do I need this? I do not. Sure, so dereference. Oh, toString, as string. Okay, so now the async issue. Just purely out of curiosity, can you do this? I have no idea. No. Okay. So async things in a callback or in a closure is the question, because we're in an async function. So I'm guessing I just return that to the calling function. For example, what happens if I do this? That would be a no. Interesting. Interesting. So how do we do async stuff from a non-async context, or at least a contained non-async context? So Rust async await closure. Oh. Huh. One is the async block, a closure with async block as its body, while the other is an async closure. Async can also be applied to closures. Ah, all right. So just out of curiosity, do I need to return it? They're unstable. Okay, good. Good. Always happy about that. This compiler was built on the 28th of the 4th, 2024. To use an async block, remove the... Oh, really? Oh, async block. Right, so that would be more like this, right? Something like that. Okay, I need to know more about this. When was this written, for one thing? 2019. Okay. All right. So I wonder if I need to look at this in terms of the Tokyo docs. let's get a general translation from our oracle and then proceed. But also, just because it's unstable, does that mean I definitely can't use it? Oh, feature async closure to the crate attributes to enable this. And what's going on here also? Cannot infer type. I guess that's reasonable. Can only be used in an async closure that returns result or option. And I imagine it would be something like this. All right, so let's look at this feature. Feature async closure. All right, so do I need to add that in at the store level, right? Or at the crate level? So main. And back to real time. Oh, whoops. Did not know needed this. Any chance I need to rebuild the, should return result or option to accept. Yes, you're right. So I need to specify, or can I just do this? I'm going to go with no. I see. So either way, it wouldn't matter. So I can specify a return type on a closure. Do I do it the same way? I'm going to go with no. Demonstrate the structure of an async closure returning result or error. That's not what I wanted. Oh, hang on. Yes, it is. Kind of. There's just no argument. Yeah, that's mostly what I was doing. Okay. So not entirely. Expected async closure body blah and found body blah. Is this the issue? Oh, apparently it is. Okay, so we've still got an issue with type annotations. Get user ID unwrap toString. Can't infer type by the string. Records the option hash map string value random state. Oh, value. Okay. Fair enough. It can't infer the type by the fact that... That's annoying. So username is that just a string? That is just a string. I find that moderately annoying. What happens if I do this? And use the answer? Nope, no better. Why can't you infer type? I find that frustrating. What if we do something incredibly annoying like let user ID string oh, it's user name. Well, yeah, we still want user ID though, because we're weird like that. Oh, but it's a number. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, probably, eh? Oh, this is so bad. No, we don't want pass. We want... I wonder if there's an into for number. Nope. This is getting worse by the minute. All right. We actually don't really want a string, right? It's essentially an, I don't know, an I32. Because user ID is a number. Number 57. Oh, wait, that's ID, but user ID is the same. So how does SirJSON implement number? That's the question. We'll enjoy the point when I don't have to struggle through the minutiae of type conversions. SirJSON number value. As blah. From blah. Okay. So they have to be 64-bit. So as I64, I wonder if I made it an I64 already. In fact, it's going to be a U64, right? I don't even know. Let's make it I64 and see if it can infer the type. Nope. Patience. We'll get it. It's going to be fine. No, don't bookmark it. Go away. I want page down. Represent it as I64 if possible. Oh, am I supposed to be doing this, I wonder? Maybe that's the problem. I'm using get. record is the option hash map string value. Oh. No, I was going to say, so your string is user ID, your value is number 4. Why can I not just get that as an integer? Oh. So like that. Still a problem. What? Oh, so do I have to specify the type of message? Is that the issue here? I didn't have to for any of the others. Postgres changes payload? Is that your problem? Nope. All right, I need another little Rust interpretation because I'm stuck yet again. Explain type annotation needed in the context of this async closure. Sure. Since the return type of unwrap is generic, Rust needs more information to infer the type. In this case, you're attempting to cast the result to i64 using as i64. You can explicitly annotate the type of user ID. I did, didn't I? I swear that was in the original example I posted. Yeah. Replace let user ID with let user ID i64. That's exactly what is being done in the provided code. Oh, maybe it isn't. No, it is compatible with i64. Why are we not able to question mark operator? That's a reasonable question, but it's confusing to me why we need type annotation in the first place. I presume you're talking about that. Somewhat strange to me. Message is a Postgres changes payload. Its data is one of those. The record is a hash map, and it contains these values over here. If we get to the bottom of your message, And the one we're going for is user ID, which is record as a value, as an assert JSON value, and user ID is a number on that value. Why are we unwrapping a hash map? Because it's in an option. Uh-huh. At which point? Or at both points, for that matter. You always have an implementation of option to your error type. Actually, I think IR already does that. OK or IR. But I'm still not quite clear on why we need OK or to propagate options as errors. Yeah. But my issue isn't so much the error handling as the fact that I don't seem to be able to get the value into its requisite type. So we know we've got, for example, this could be OK or IR. But then we've got get, I presume. User ID is a number, which is the assert JSON number. That one right there. So it's weird to me that it can't be coerced into an integer. I did, dude. Like about 10 steps ago. That's what I was complaining to ChatGPT about. So yeah, it's fun. It's all the fun. Oh yeah, we don't need that right now. So yeah, exactly. That's why I'm confused. So look, we'll go I64 for the hell of it. Because that seems to be what value likes to coerce types into. So records is, or record is an option value. So if you go message, data, I think it is, record, we get option, oh no, sorry, record's the option hash map, which is string indexed and then value valued, if that makes any sense. So if we end up with, we just do unwrap for now. And then get, which should be a value. And you could OK or IR if you wanted to. No, user ID. And then that should be the value, which is has a conversion to as I64. But you shouldn't even need that, right? You should be able to just do this and be happy, but it's still confused about type annotations needed. And I wonder if it's oh, it should be back on screen now, I hope. I wonder if it's actually message that it's confused about, because that's where the error stops. I might actually build this, because sometimes the errors on the pop-ups are not great. Username is a string, and I was just dumping the ID into it to get something cooking. Don't care about that. Yeah, message cannot infer type. So it's message that it's confused about. So I could annotate that. I wonder if you can't put if I try to put type annotations in here, it's going to get horribly confused though. But it should be a reference to Postgres changes payload. How far back up the chain is message? Exactly. Basically, this function hands it to whatever callback you create. In this case, whatever closure you pass. I mean, if I try to do this, it gets confused. It returns, actually, hang on. Oh, that's a different error. Wait, what's this one? Expected I64 found, oh yeah, that's not going to work. So that is going to be, needs to still be unwrapped probably. Yep. And now we've got reference to value. Cast through a raw pointer first. What the fuck? This should not be this difficult. Are you ending the async block correctly? Probably not. So let's try this. Something more like that, maybe. And this should be toString. What a mess. I don't think this is right. I don't think that this kind of type annotation is correct. Expected it to be a closure that returns nothing, but it returns async closure body. Huh. Yeah. I just want to send a message. The weeds. Well and truly in the weeds. This is a callback function to on Postgres change. Yeah, absolutely. Adds a Postgres changes callback to this channel. So it's fn Postgres changes payload plus static plus send plus sync. I wonder if it explicitly doesn't like async callbacks. Fn once, yeah, okay. Something akin to that. We can do happy little things like that. Can't return a future. Call. Can I await a future? And then return something? No, because that means I have to return a future, right? Right. So now we'll complain about that. confused why I can access values from message and other contexts, but I can't do it here. Maybe because record is a hash map. It doesn't seem to be able to understand the type of the payload. This happens when you try to do error handling in a new standard thread scope. Okay. I'm not entirely sure I understand that. Don't return a result. Yep. Okay. Well, let's try it, but we still have this issue with the type, but I guess I could bring this back. But I think we're going to get confused again. What did I call it again? Postgres changes payload. Yeah, same deal. I need to wrap the async call in sync. Yeah, that I don't know how to do. No, that's node. We don't want node. Oh dear. Tokyo docs, you say? Braiding? Do you possibly mean binding, or am I misunderstanding? Bridging, right. Ah. Bridging with sync code. In most examples of using Tokyo, we mark the main function, blah, blah. In some cases, you need to run a small portion of synchronous code, see spawn blocking. It may be easier to structure the application as largely synchronous with smaller or more logically. Yeah, I don't know about that. We're doing a hell of a lot of async. Well, let's look at spawn blocking. Runs the provided closure on a thread where blocking is acceptable. Issuing a blocking call or performing a lot of compute in a function without yielding is problematic. Tokyo will spawn blocking threads when they are requested through this function until the upper limit configured on the builder is reached. Okay. Intended for non-async operations that eventually finish on their own. If you want to spawn an ordinary thread, you should use thread spawn instead. Task spawn blocking. Move. Interesting. Yeah, use a channel. That's exactly what I want to do. Blocking send. Huh. Okay. So, all right, let's play with this a little bit. You don't want sync and async, you want async and sync. Yeah, fair enough. But hang on. Wouldn't this... I need to see what that function actually is. Blocking send to call... Oh, sorry, that's way off screen. Blocking send to call outside of asynchronous context. Intended for use cases where you're sending from synchronous code to asynchronous code and will work even if the receiver is not using blocking receive. So doesn't that mean that I could do, for example, and then, sorry, I'm just riffing here. Use Tokyo task. So is there a block on function? That's probably what you want. Yeah, maybe. Let me just play with this for a sec. I'm just curious. Okay. So you can't do it with closures that take arguments. Huh. A block on function I can call on what? On the channel? There's one on a runtime handle. It's a whole mess. You're right. But I'd like to understand it. I wonder if there's more of an async example in the runtime crate. Maybe I'm overthinking this entirely. Where is the channel I'm reading? I'm not reading a channel. I'm sending it. Sending on it. What's it called again? I think it's called runtime RS. I thought it was. Nope. Real-time RS, that's it. Examples. Oh, I'm good. I'm glad to hear it. Broadcast async. The Postgres change one does only provides a sync example, I think. Where's my on change? Oh, there. Oh, it uses move. Oh. All right. Is it as simple as that? Surely not. Tokyo has a blocking send function, so if you can use that, don't use async at all. Yeah. Let me just look at this because that was suspiciously like, yeah, I was already putting blocking send in there, but this uses thoroughly async things. But if we leave blocking send in there and just do that, then no need for awaits. Yeah, exactly. What is going on with this? Using a let binding to create a longer lived value. Let binding message data record unwrap. Comma binding. What? Oh, can't move out a message data record. Yeah, fair enough. Creates a temporary value which is freed while still in use. Man, this is just more fun. Actually, it defined message as this. I'm not quite sure I understand the implication, but we'll go with that for a sec. Move is when you have a shared reference, yeah. But it uses it in the same context. So here on Postgres change, it's not very async because it's blocking a thread so much from going from sync to async, yeah. Yeah. Although it obfuscates it with with that. You mean like this, do you, Rust Analyzer? Apparently you do. Holy shit, it might actually compile. That was painful. Just out of curiosity, is this even necessary? Yeah, I wondered about cloning it. What is the difference here? Oh, okay. All right. Well, fine. Okay. So interesting that this any variables captured by reference or mutable reference to values captured by value. Sure. If it's an RC clone, clone is the same thing as taking a ref. Okay. Interesting. All right. So all of this might mean that we actually get a message on our receiver. So let's find that out. Where are we doing our receiving? Here somewhere. And then to do extract this somewhere sensible. Moves the data inside message to this closure, and then the data gets dropped or deallocated. That's why it hates it. So we're going to want essentially loop. Where else do we do this? Not that. Not that either. What? No, this is something different. RX, we have a whole thing. there's a certificate that just got echoed to chat there, but that's fine. It's a boring local one. Yeah, here we go. While let's command equals RX receive await. Receive await. But the shared reference can be a regular immutable reference or a smart pointer which you use with async code. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely not at the level of working with that yet, but I will do what the library is suggesting until I know better. So we can now go sender, send chat. Actually, we'll match on the event type. So command event type. And we're talking about outgoing event type follow. Command, sender, send chat. Format some brave soul with the ID followed this channel. Thanks. And that is command user ID. Oh, we're username in this case. And many problems. No, that's because of this. Probably. Nope. What am I doing? If Rust gets mad with refs, bust out a box, RC and arc, yeah. That whole box dine thing, I need to go back with and revise. What's going on here? Missing arm first. Oh, right. just everything else. I thought you could do that. Oh, other way around. Okay, what's the problem here? String literal, sure. Oh, right. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So, in theory, that might build again, which would be exciting. Yeah. Have to go back and look at that. All right, so in theory, we could unfollow and follow. And we panic. Can't block the current thread from within a runtime. Function attempted to block the current thread while the thread is being used to drive asynchronous tasks. Awesome. All right, well, at least it's a different error. Okay. I got a good warning in the build, actually. Let's have a look at that. Unused implementer of future's future that must be used. Oh, was I supposed to await? Yeah, I was supposed to await it. But still, would that be enough to... Let's find out. Is that the only issue, we wonders? Timestamp nanos. I should be using timestamp nanos opt, apparently. Fair enough. All right, let's try that one more time. Unfollow. And follow. Still a panic. All right. Okay. Yep. Now, can't block the thread from within a runtime. I'm guessing I should probably try to run that with Rust Backtrace 1. Yep. Wasn't even wide enough then. How far back do we go? Store real-time listener, closure. That looks familiar. The blocking send. I wonder if I need to use async move. This is the price I pay for not having trades. It does seem to be the issue, yeah. I'm just completely riffing, but I wonder if the likes of this would be a possibility. And then it goes back to not being able to win further type. Yeah. Interesting. What's the parent? Do you mean on Postgres change? Yeah. I don't fully understand what's going on here. So callback is an if in that. Oh, the parent of on Postgres change. So we're talking about a real-time channel builder. It's not even going to take me to that definition. Let's try restarting again. Oh, it's well and truly dying now. Won't even let me quit. Oh, Rust Analyzer, you slay me. Kill process. Oh, good. Do share. Ah, there it is. The code that's calling, yes, absolutely. We're already inside a spawn Tokyo task. It will be good to be able to understand how to make the callback async. If I need to say I'd done it. Now we're doing blocking calls in the async task. Yep. So The thing is, in their example, they're using a mutex, so it feels like async is within reach at least. It blocks the whole task, so that's why it hanged my LSP. Huh. Yeah. Oh, interesting. It builds sync. I don't think I saw that. Do I do that? No, I just use build. I went into gridlock. Oh, it's still going into gridlock. Oh, man. It's slowed to a crawl. No barking. No barking. It's okay. Good dogs. Good dogs. Yeah, it's no problem. I got you covered. You're fine. Good dogs. Lie down. It's fine. Dog's freaking out over nothing. LSP stop. Really? Hang on. LSP stop. See if the fans slow down. Good dog. The fans are still spinning. Let's see here. No, we're not doing too badly. Neovim's still taking 5%, which it almost never does. All right. Wow. Yep, kill that. Go away. Okay. Where are we here? If I load the same file, the same thing's probably going to happen, but let's find out. Little preventative maintenance. Okay. So, is it possible? Is it even possible to make this async? So it doesn't feel like a complicated thing we'd like to do. Hmm. Oh, I can't go to definition. I killed it. You know what? Let's do this and see what happens. Fan spin up. Yeah. It's the sync, right? It's really having a hard time. There's a thing you can do with Rust Analyzer that clears its caches, I think. I forget what it is. Like, it's seriously having a hard time. I haven't seen it work this hard for ages. I must be doing something wrong. Or right. Yeah, can't even display a definition. Oh, boy. I can move to different problems, but I can't do anything else. This doesn't feel like a hard problem, but it obviously is. I can't block the thread. From within a runtime. It's fundamentally impossible. Yep. Async functions should never spend a long time without reaching an await. Can you spawn blocking? I'm going to take the advantage of the Z break and eat some food. I'll be right back. Mixed Sauce, how are you? Sorry about the ads. That was unfortunate timing. I am in the weeds. I think it's fair to say. I am in the weeds. And I don't know what to do next. I'm dealing with Tokyo and async functions, and it feels complicated and hard. But I will eventually figure it out. wonder if the async closure feature is really the way to go. Well, it doesn't matter if it doesn't support them. If it doesn't support it, then what the hell? So they are able to use an on-change move like that, and they use a what I assume is a lock of a mutex. It looks like it. What is an RC? Event counter. An event counter is a mutex. Okay. So they're able to lock a mutex in an overall async context, right? No, this is not an async main. So I might be kind of screwed, to be honest. I might be moderately screwed if I want to use a channel. The complicated things we try to do. What would be another way of implementing this? Channels just seem so obvious. I probably can't even do spawn blocking because spawn blocking doesn't take an argument. What does spawn blocking return? We wonders. Runs the provided closure on a thread where blocking is acceptable. I wonder if it's a case of spawn blocking here, like the whole thing. Surely not. Or should I, for that matter, should I be spawn blocking from main? Because I'm just doing boring old spawning. So what if I was to do that? How badly would things break? Quite badly, I'm assuming. Don't sit there and tell me it doesn't have any errors. I know it has errors. I know it. I just know it. It's still trying to figure it out. It'll let me know. It'll let me know. Oh, whoops. It's not in Tokyo. It's in Tokyo Tasks, I think. And that'll be wrong because it takes a closure and not one of those. Show me an example. So you're not supposed to do this from within the task? Oh, you are supposed to do this from within the task. Eventually finish on their own. If you want to spawn an ordinary thread, you should use thread spawn instead. Closures cannot be cancelled. It will wait indefinitely for all blocking operations to finish. It's almost like you want to do it from within the spawn task, but I think I'm getting that wrong. Tell me what the error is, damn it. Yeah, if and once closure. Yep, sure. So we're supposed to be doing that. And it would be like something like that. Yeah, this is not what we want. This is wrong. It has to be an async spawn to start with. It's just that there's one portion of it where we need to do sync stuff. So spawn blocking returns a what? A join handle R. Where R is a send static, as opposed to a spawn, which returns join handle T output. Yeah, I don't know if I can solve this one. It feels hard. I don't believe I can turn it into an async closure. So what can I do with it? Because I'm in an asynchronous context, but I just can't pass the callback. I can't call an async function for the same problem. It was able to use a mutex lock, but it doesn't really have an async context. What about the async broadcast example? Async move loop, payload insert, channel broadcast, blah. There's no client in this one. Oh, wait. No. On broadcast. Real-time channel builder. And we're using real-time channel builder. But we're listening to Postgres change. Whereas on broadcast, has actually a pretty similar callback. But all they do is print from it. So not really that much of an async example, except it's being run from a Tokyo main. How do I move past this? Oh man, Rust Analyzer is just being a total pain this evening. Yep, just keeps hanging. Sad. Very, very sad. Okay. First of all, how do we correct Rust Analyzer hanging? Can I clear its cache? Is it actually executable from... How about cache destroy? Nothing. Nope. Rust Analyzer. Clear cache. There is no cache. Actually, it's probably not the worst idea just to do a cargo clean. See if we can speed things up even a tiny bit. It's pretty frustrating when you can't get to definitions. Oh, it's a good old long build. I think we might try and get rid of some of these unused. Just to stop the spam. Might not be a bad idea. We'll let Rust Analyzer spin its wheels for a couple of seconds. See how it goes with that. Wow. YouTube looks like it's a really long way behind. Might just be my imagination. Right, so we can get rid of those. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Well, that. And we can't use TX yet. All right. How do I send an async thing from a sync thing? I don't think I can. I can spawn blocking, but I can't use that to... I guess I could run pretty much the whole thing inside spawn blocking, but it's an async function, so it just doesn't make much sense. And I can't block the thread in order to send, in order to do a blocking send from the from the sender. How on earth do I do that? Runs the provided closure on a thread where blocking is acceptable. What if I put... Wait. No, it's definitely an await. It's almost like... I think if I try to do an async closure, it's not going to work. So is there any way that I can make this happen? We know this doesn't work, so let's see if we can get any like little hints of new directions here. In an async function, Tokyo, the following panics with a cannot block. What was that? Can't block runtime. What is it? Long way back. Can't block the current thread from within a runtime. Explore possible alternatives to executing async code when the closure cannot be made async. See what it comes up with there. Spawn a blocking task. Yes, we've already looked at that. But how? But you have to await spawn blocking. So I don't see how that could possibly work. In other words, the oracle is not correct. But let's check. Let's make sure. Let's make absolutely sure that they're not correct. Ads. I'm going to real quick eat some more food. Just realized we were on 3.5. Just curious about the difference. Use an async channel. It doesn't require blocking. It is an async channel. Rrr. No, because you're using await. You can't use await in a non-async. Handle Postgres changes on post. No. Use a dedicated task for sending. Delegate the sending operation to a separate async task. Yeah, but then we'd be spawning within a spawn. Use a blocking task where appropriate. But again, spawn blocking needs to be awaited, does it not? Maybe that's a misunderstanding on my part. Let's make absolutely sure about that. What's spawn local? Huh. Excuse me. I'm 98% certain you can't do this. Move due to use in closure. Can I just clone, or is that too easy? All right, let's do it here. Okay, now there's no way this is going to... I thought you had to await it. Pretty sure it returns a join handle. All right, I mean, absolutely nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. Okay, let's go for a follow and unfollow. Eloquent Robot shows up again. So reliable. So yup. Unfollow. And crash. Oh my god, did that just work? It worked! Holy shit. This is a first. ChatGPT was right about something. So let's think about this. Splon blocking worked even though I didn't await it. I am so confused right now. Well, fuck me. Async is complicated, man. Okay. Just out of curiosity, if I take this away, everything dies, right? Yeah. Hang on, let's just check this. Okay. Oh, man. That was a hard-won victory. I'm not even sure if I like the result. But let's take the win. Let's take the win and run with it. So we got the follow change. Okay. Now, let's unfollow, delete all traces of it from our database. Interestingly, duplicates are possible. That's terrible. Although, is it? Maybe. I think it probably is. All the people who visited this evening and chatted. Hey, how you doing? We did find a working solution. I'm not sure I'm happy with it, but it works. can use spawn blocking. You just have to do it from within the closure, which I didn't understand. You have to essentially do this. So you spawn blocking from within the sync closure. And then do a blocking send. So yeah, kind of weird. I'm not sure I love it. It feels convoluted, but it does work. So I'll live with it for a little while and see how things play out. So the next thing would be to actually derive the username rather than the user ID, which would be nice. And I imagine you would have to either query the database or put the username on the follow, so that you could tag them in the reply. Don't really want to do another database hit. I'd much rather just have a one-way traffic where it's just notifying you of all of the changes. But I don't know if that's necessarily possible with this like really raw new database solution. Send you the docs. It's in Tokyo. If you just look up Tokyo blocking send and spawn blocking, you'll get there. So I thought that you had to await spawn blocking, but apparently you don't. So there you go. The Postgres bit. What Postgres bit? I think what I want to know is if it can notify on a combination of tables. I have a suspicion not. Supabase subscribe table multiple. Listening to multiple changes. Do you have a unique channel name for each subscription? Oh, interesting. Oh, if they conflict, only the last one's active. The library you're using for the real-time stuff. That is called realtime-rs. Yeah, you can do on, but the trouble is we really need to combine those. Well, no, we don't actually. We need like a hook on the way out to say, hey, I'd like some data from the users table as well. But I don't know if that's going to be a thing. To listen to different events and schema table filters combinations with the same channel, yeah, that's essentially what we're doing already. What you really need though is the same event giving you two different things, and I don't think that's going to be a happening thing. So what we might have to do is store a display name in the follow table, which breaks normalization, but hey, them's the breaks. Kind of sucks because you'd have to update it all the time. That's interesting. Oh, I guess because I unfollowed again. Oh, did I stop the program? Oh, no, there it is. Oh, we panicked again. No, not again. Unwrap on a none. Oh, that's different. I can live with that. Interesting. Option unwrap on a none value. Why would it ever be none? I'm guessing message data can be something different. By the way, am I able to... I mean, essentially, you would just do let's record equals message data clone record clone else. Unexpectedly, no record was present. And, oh, I might potentially have someone coming to collect something, so I might just need to go AFK for a tick. Right, sorry about that. Interruptions, always interruptions. It's not wrapping anything in smart pointers. Yeah, could well be. I'm going to have to investigate the smart pointer business. Right, no record was present. So we want to just output message data. Yeah, that's fair. So let's go with return. Why? I use it here. What am I missing? Oh, I see. Better. All right. Let's just see what we get back there. See if we can provoke that to happen again. Quite sure why it did. All right, unfollow and follow. So that one's fine. Same deal. What happens with what happens if the user doesn't exist, maybe? Nope, seems happy. Oh, here we go. So it can send oh, right, because we're not just dealing with deletes, with inserts. That's why. Okay, so let's change this event to oh, it spawns its own thread. That sucks. Good spotting. Separate thread only for event processing. Okay. Is it a Tokyo thread? Task, I suppose. Sure. Okay. Well, that solves some of the mystery, I guess. It'd be interesting to talk to them about this particular issue and see if they have a better solution. But, I mean, this works for now. Right, so principal question now is what to do about not having the username available. And I think really the only thing you can do is to assume that the follower. That's why if you block that thread with a blocking call, the entire event processing falls apart. Yeah. I think really the only thing to do is assume that the follows table is it's a follow notification. It's not a. We don't really have to preserve the. We don't have to preserve the type. We don't have to preserve the record after we've used it that one time. So we shouldn't really care about referential integrity, all that kind of shit. So I think probably the thing to do is to go Supabase migration new, add name display name to follows, actually to a bunch of tables. And then will be alter table follows, add column, display name, text not null, and subscriptions. Yeah. I can't even remember if I've got the syntax for that wrong, but we'll find out. Right. Now, that should let us do interesting things like in follow, in store follow, we ought to be able to insert follows, user ID, followed at, and what did I just add? Display name. And actually, user ID is supposed to be a foreign key. Hello? Oh, yeah, it is. I already created it. All right, so 1, 2, 3. And we'll add EV. I think it's display name in this case. No, well, it's username. Okay. All right. Let's again. Unfortunately, I haven't automated creating the shadow database yet. So we go create, yeah, that one. Thank you. And pg dump. No. Yep. And psql. Yep. Don't care. And that should sort that, hopefully. Eventually. Error go away. Syntax error. Okay. Yes, you're right, because I always forget the comma. Thank you. All right. So now we get a username, which means that in our response, we ought to be able to use that username or display name. So we go back to real time and we go to 30 and our username should be available to us this time so that we don't have to do all of this nonsense. Although actually we might need to do that nonsense. We just don't have to use the ID anymore. Right. Oh yeah, because it's a value. That's kind of annoying. Let's that's kind of annoying. I still have to convert to string even though actually I wonder if there's an into from there. Probably doesn't matter. Let's just make sure that's a thing. Yep. Absolutely nothing is happening at this point. Why? Actually, I didn't even get asked for... I didn't get a redirect. Oh, there it is. Wrong browser. Interesting. If I go back to outgoing... Actually, I wonder if you can do an at. Well, you don't have to, right? You can just mention the name and it should still highlight. Interesting that absolutely nothing happened, though. What happened in the database level? I got added to the user table. It might have already been there. And the display name is present. But no notification from the robot. Huh. I wonder why. Let's try that one more time just for the hell of it. Unfollow. And follow. Something is rotten in Denmark. We've got just ordinary chat spamming. No. Okay. Nothing is working. That's exciting. Have we got messages coming in? Can I just use Tokyo spawn and await the send now? Wouldn't I be... I sort of had this impression that it was a bad idea to spawn within a spawn, but am I wrong about that? Certainly recording messages. Oh, I know why. It's because real time gets turned off when you reset, which is very annoying. So figure out why. That might be that permissions issue I had before. I can certainly find out. Right. Because we're already inside a spawn task, so... Okay, well, the database subscription certainly started working, so let's see what happens here. And a panic. Unwrap on a none. Okay, so apparently... Which unwrap? That one. Username. Oh, it's called display name. Duh. loving the control characters there. I mean the backslashes. We can fix that. Okay. Try it any way you think. All right. Let's give it a crack. Just see how badly it breaks Rust Analyzer again. I'm game for that. I'll break anything. I'll break anything once. If I'm right, it will be put on the correct async thread. Interesting. Well, let's give it a crack. Experimentation is good for the soul. Async move, he said, mostly from memory. Spawn await. I've got to go look at it. Async move, blah. Function name await. Yeah, fair enough. Remove the blocking. Yeah. So, well, no, I don't think it is copying the current code because you don't use a closure with spawn, right? Or am I getting this wrong? I would expect it to look something like sender send. Oh, you do? So you don't use this form of it here. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So send a send, and then it's just outgoing traffic, await, probably not that. Something like that. certainly isn't erroring out just yet. I don't see any particular reason why we couldn't try it. Okay. This poor little guy's unfollowed so many times, it's not funny. And follow. Yeah, it worked fine. Nice. Well, that's good. Very cool. So we're back in async land completely after a very long round trip. Oh, man. Well, it's a good learning experience, I guess. Nice. All right. Cool. So now we need to sort out this ridiculous formatting. So back to outgoing. And this looks completely wrong. Why does it think, what is that now? That's just a string. Why is it formatting that? Is that because I formatted it with colon question mark? Probably so. You can choose when to schedule it, but we don't, so it puts it up to the runtime. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, there's no reason to block if we don't have to. That's great. Right, so what's the effect there? I'm curious. My chat is basically just the robot saying yup over and over. And you with your excellent suggestions. Unfollow. And follow. Okay, well that gets rid of the backticks, but the backslashes, but not everything. Why is it in a quote? Format does this, perhaps? Should this in fact be Astra? I feel that's kind of weird. I don't think it is, you know. It's still quoting it. Yeah. But why isn't this considered one string is my question. Your bot message is sending via display. It creates a string, and then I'm sending Astra. Username's a string. Yeah, but that just takes it back to the backticks, I believe. Or it did last time I tried it. Actually, that made no difference. Actually, what happens if you just... I mean, I know this is silly, but... it's basically the same thing, as far as I understand it. You think I might be putting quotes into the string, huh? Probably, right? Yeah. Well, let's find out. So that's going to be... well, it'll be in the database, right? Maybe not. It's coming out. That can go. Thank goodness. Hang on. Hang on. Wait. I thought we were using display name. Oh no, we call it username. Really should call it display name, but never mind. Don't think I can do that. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh no, I can't. I need a literal. Yeah, it originates from the database out of its notification. So the other thing to display would be this thing, conversion from value. I think that's probably the problem, actually. That's in real time. This one. It is in code. Record stores this as display name. String Eloquent Geek Games. Yeah, so it's got a quote on it. Why is the question. For that, we want to go to Sir Jason and string. Oh, for when I have larger structures that I want to see the types and names for. Preserve order of feature of Sir Jason to use index map instead. Value. Same problem. As string removes the quotes. Okay. Okay, so as string, you say, rather than to string. But if I use astra, I can't provide it to a string, right? I don't think. So I'd have to use astra to string, which is kind of annoying. Just out of curiosity, does this actually work? Consider using option. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, that's ugly. So, we know why it's doing that. We just need to either trim it or not put the quotes there in the first place, which would be much, much better. Or not to use string in the type, but then lifetimes. You think into? Let's give it a crack. Value isn't satisfied. Convert from value to string. You can convert from reference to string. And 43 others. You're saying like this. Hang on. Let's just yank this first. Let quoteless string equals record get display name unwrap. So that should get us That should get us the string, which is an end value. So into gets us, I think, not quite to where we need to be yet. Yeah. And if we do as string, we get rid of the quotes, but it becomes an and string, or an option and string. Which is interesting. Does that also need to be unwrapped? Yeah, now it's an and string. Which you would then need to do the unfortunate thing of saying, or you could just do a quoteless string into. But in fact, apparently you can't. Oh, right. Yep, fair enough. So you could do the hideous thing like that, which is scary. I think there's a better way of expressing this. But let's see if it solves the problem first before we get too excited. Hey, there we go. Oh, man. And it highlights on that account, so that's good. Sweet. So, first of all, I'm going to commit that shit. Because we have been doing a lot of work for a while now on that stuff. Work in progress, async, and outgoing events. We do love that string. Oh boy. Don't even need the first unwrap. Let's find out. Yeah, I think it's going to panic if we don't. It's still an option because we've got an option and an option and an option. So many options, so little time. Speaking of which, I've been going for almost 5 hours. No wonder I'm tired. Well, thank you very much for the pair programming session. That was pretty interesting. Your option map X as string. Yep, I can see that. I do believe that I will send you folks in Biggs' direction. If you care to stay on to look at some Godot and/or overlay development. But thanks very much for hanging out. Appreciate it. That was a hard-won victory, but we got there. Take it easy, everybody.